Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Hold on. I gotta open some stuff. All right. Big sell off at open. Oh shit, my camera's not on. There we go. Let's see if this continues. The sell-off's a good thing, I think. Morning, Sisyphus. But all right, back under the 43.28 level. Two. All right. Well, right now we got a futures rejection at our prior bull signal, which is a bit higher than we'd like to be, but obviously a break back down below 43.50 would be the first sign of any kind of actual bearishness, although the sell volume's nuts. And if they're just de-risking here, that's super bearish. Like if they're not gonna pump on this momentum, but let's wait and find out because there's plenty of time. It's a little bit of a put wall at 43.30 that opened up this morning. Gamma across the chain is still pretty bearish. Some long calls came in above 43.50. There's a bit of a call wall at 43.20, 10, and 05. And it doesn't appear that any significant de-risking has occurred yet on any of the major strikes, but hold on, I'm trying to look. No. Ooh, actually, so 43.50 has dropped by about half. Tesla deliveries come out Sunday. Maybe part of the wildness? I don't think so. Well, oh, on Tesla? I doubt it. What's Tesla doing this morning? Up above my risk. Yeah, I don't like that. Can I sell more calls? 60s? Let's see how today shakes out. Make a decision later. I'd rather save my one trade on this account to hedge the upside. Jimmy failing. Vic starting to stabilize here at the bottom. System sounds are very loud. Oh. That's my bad. Sorry about that. That's from the... I left it turned up from the JPOW thing last night. Alright. So 5 minutes opening pretty strong. Just doing a breakdown there. Someone asked me about a stock yesterday before close. Do you remember what it was? My SPX puts look like Farmville's toilet. Nice. Bit of a gamble, but how much are the 43.15s? Jesus fucking Christ. Is that today's expiration? That's healthy. Testing the 200 MA on the 1 hour here also. I don't know if that means anything, but figured I'll just say it. My SPX puts look like Farmville's toilet. Hard water. So Yuta bit the bullet. Wait, what? How? I don't see what's bullish about the data. Real spending down. Core PCE flat. Also, inventory's up. All points to a weakening consumer. Don't you know that weakening consumers are bullish now for no apparent fucking reason? I want that to be a joke. De-risking. They might be. We'll see, right? Like, it's either profit taking at this point or de-risking. Because, like, all the 1 DTEs that got opened yesterday. here are going to want to take profits. VIX isn't moving up very sharply, so I don't think it's probably more likely that it's call side profit taking. We'd probably see a more substantial rise in VIX if it was short puts closing, especially if they were near the money, like 43.50s. They've almost gotten rid of all of their risk at 4,400. So not a lot of those to de-risk anymore. But 43.50 is still pretty stacked. It's down about half already this morning. So there was some de-risking going on, but that probably occurred in the pre-market when we were higher. I'm not seeing any like big changes in it right now. There was, however, a big drop. Yeah, there's a pretty big drop in call interest at 50, 55, and 60. The calls outside of that might be sold. Delta's turning negative on that. Okay. Oh, lots of options activity. One minute looks pretty stable still. 5 minutes still looks okay. ES sell side volumes coming in much stronger than what we're seeing on SPX. That's weird. What the fuck is that about? Look at this. Is that even the right price level? I guess it's close. Is there arbitrage between futures and SPX right now? Ooh. Shiny. Fucking what? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, all my charts look prettier now. Tech. What's QQQ doing right now? QQQ's at the gap. Is SPX at the gap? No. SPX is still very far from its gap. Okay, and then RSP is falling off. Yields are starting to turn around a little bit, but dollar's still under 106. The dollar's climbed back a lot. I'm surprised it's not up higher, given that EU inflation was so much lower this morning. And like headline PCE is still rising. But cyberpunk futures filter, yeah. Did you close your Tesla puts? Not my October, November, December ones. And I haven't closed my spreads yet. It does look like I got stopped out of the weeklies I had though. Well, the ones I picked up yesterday got stopped out. I'm kind of just holding on to see if Because if Tesla fails, it could fail really hard on indexes dropping. Most of Tesla's like propped up by zero DTEs right now. There's not a lot of long dated calls pushing the price up. And if the zero DTEs capitulate, it could drop really hard. Big miss on PMI. Oh, Chicago PMI? Yeah. Fucking cores up. uh I love how cores up year over year, but the month over month print is down because plumbing's fucking cheaper. Like it's like household services are so fucking overweighted. So it's the base effect, 2012 dollar adjustment, and plumbing is a little, I mean, I'm sure they're gonna revise it up to point 0.2, but like nothing else in the fucking index is cheaper, and gas is way the fuck up. I shorted XHB at market open today. Okay. Hmm. VIX is still flat. Why? VIX correlation pulled back. How high can Nvidia go? Next resistance is 442. 442.59. And then after that, 447.10, then 450. Ooh, oil's down today too. Bank of Japan announced new unscheduled bond buying operation. BOJ to buy 300 billion yen of 5 to 10-year Japanese government bonds. How the fuck are US bonds going up on that? Or going down on that, rather? Why aren't yields going up? Fucking weird, man. Bull should take this gift to de-risk. I mean, they already did a bit this morning. I'm not seeing them continue to do that yet, but they shaved off a fat chunk of their risk at 43.50. Good morning, Dork. Welcome to the market. I hope you got a good amount of sleep. Bull should take this gift to de-risk. Who's excited to find out how consumers in Michigan are feeling? I don't know if the call side here can support another sad face. We can crash or flat or something. Jesus, that's weird. Okay. Huh. No, let's see if Gamma picks up, dork. Put buying sure as fuck is. Here, you'll like this. You have puts? I have some put spreads. Yes. USD JPY hovering at 149.25 forever. Well, Dixie's back over 106. Did you close your calls? Not yet. Yeah, still holding the call side of the straddle. I'm not I'm not that confident that this is gonna break down yet. I picked up a few put spreads because I can wait it out, and they're only $5 like wide. Why aren't yields moving on the news? That's a good question. Although I'm not sure what time it was announced. Last night? Hmm. Interesting. I don't know anything about URNM. Is like just uranium going down today? Yeah, uranium's down today so far. $16. All right, so 15 minutes spread. Let me get a look at volumes here. I'd like to figure out which way this is going to break because that would be very profitable. Pretty decent amount of put volume at the money and just to the downside. Call volume at 35.40 is okay. Call volume at 45 isn't very strong though. Is there some kind of, is there another put wall at 45? There's one at 40 and 30. All right, so if we lose 25 here, that might be a little bearish. So far, we're holding above it. This is a weird range. Would have been better for the bulls if we opened like $5 higher. VIX is getting crushed. Yeah, I know. Hmm. $30 again. Where was the put wall? 40? 40 and 50. 45's negative, but it's weak. Put selling. Hmm. Probably pretty confident that it won't go below 4,300 today, right? Hard to believe VIX was at 19 like 2 days ago. Shit can turn around fast. Could you guess what percentage of Pickle Jar overheld their puts? I have no idea. Is Pump able to last beyond today, or is today likely the top? I guess we'll see if longer dated interest comes in on the chain. So far, not a lot, but that could change. That could change today. Like the government, if the government shuts down this weekend and there's no more inflation data, I could see bulls pushing for like the Fed's not going to do anything at the November meeting narrative because there's no data. I overheld puts for a 500 loss. I didn't overhold for once, but I got back in too early, but I got more theta. Okay, nice. Are options getting cheaper yet? Not substantially. 40s, 600s, puts. Puts are getting crushed a little bit with the VIX falling. Is the dailies chart still doo-doo in your opinion? Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of improvement there, right? You can look at it. Like, relative to how much we've dropped, this isn't a very big move. If we move back above delta neutral, that kind of changes things, but we're still pretty far from that. I overheld puts for a 6K loss and wiped out my last 2 days of gains. Fuck. Take profits, set stops, and hedge your shit. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Are SPX and ES so drastically different? They're not that drastically different now. They're pretty much all caught up. There was a little arbitrage there for a minute, but that probably just had to do with volume getting blown out. Kind of hitting the top side of the call interest again there. Is this all just being driven by NQ? Pretty much. QQQ started filling its upside gap. A little bit. Goes up to 364.46. See no data, hear no data, speak not data. Nothing like a deaf, blind, and mute bull. Since the first candle tried testing 43.35, could that be an important level to watch for a rejection? Yes. There's a decent amount of call interest at 43.35 for the 0 DTE, but there's put walls at all of these levels. Specifically at 30, 40, and 50. And they're longer dated, so there's a chance we don't break up there again. It's tricky because the shorter dated side of the the 0 DTEs are pretty bullish right now, but the longer dated positioning here is still bearish. They don't seem to be capitulating. If they do, though, it's gonna fucking rocket. If everyone takes a dip into the Dillionaire Crayon Sharpening Thread on Discord, I'll look up and define terms, slide down the stairs. Okay, nice. My deposit finally cleared into my account, so I bought a put yesterday. Ouch. No calls. I think they're trying to shake puts. They'd probably like that. Yeah. I hedged 42.70p straddle leg from yesterday, but still down quite a bit. Are we in a new trading range and it makes sense to cut? Not yet, we're not. Futures selling at the 67.20, like 67 strike is still pretty. So this was our like our bull signal from the beginning of this week. If we fail futures 43.50 though, we could start to pick up momentum to the downside. Basically, if we fill the gap. Hmm. RSP's getting battered a little bit, and Dixie's still moving up. Now it's only down 4% on the day. Yields aren't fucking moving at all. Vol's getting crushed hard. 5-minute double top there. 15-minute. We really haven't started to turn down on the 15-minute yet. And the daily doesn't look too different here. Still no profitability on the. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Put said profitability over the last 45 days is still pretty low. Well, but up. Puts are still up. Hmm. Let me see here. Oh, is the Michigan consumer sentiment out? What do we got? Sentiment up, inflation expectations up, consumer expectations down a little, current conditions up, 5-year inflation expectation up. It's a bit mixed. The fucking options interest today is all over the place. I think the BOJ is looking at 155 rather than 150. It's the Ministry of Finance that's looking at 150. Although the BOJ started conducting some open market bond operations today for 300 billion yen. I finally bought some longer dated puts, and now I think I've overheld. 430, 425 XSP, 1020s. I wonder if I should just reposition or continue holding since there's time. And most of your losses are going to be stemming from the fact that VIX has been crushed like 20% in 2 days. When did you bought those yesterday? So you bought the 430 at the money? Uh, if you're gonna wait, make sure you have some kind of hedge to protect your protect against any further upside moves. Yeah, this is a really weird trading range to get stuck in. I don't know what to say about the data right now because it's like options interest is all over the fucking place. Why is JPL reading Intro to Economics so bullish? With bond yields as they are, is now a good time to start DCA purchasing into TLT? Hashtag more hawkish pause. TLT could still go down from here. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily peaked to the downside. I'm still short TLT into the end of this year. Do you think some of this could be an effort to cause JPM roll not to be as downward? It could be a combination of the JPM roll, end of quarter books, right? That's always a big deal, right? Like hedge funds are gonna generally you'll see them start like unless they're a short fund, you'll see them start moving out of like net shorts a few days in advance of uh of the end of the quarter because they want their core fund to look good. So usually end of quarter has kind of some upside. This is a lot, but the market was also down a lot. I got stepped out of my QQQ call side straddle for 150% gain. Nice. We're already up a lot today. Is profit taking incoming? That's kind of what I'm wondering. If the in the money calls take profits here and we slip back to 300, right? The put interest that really hasn't fallen off of the chain is going to pick up a shitload of gamma, and then we can actually move down really hard. I don't know if we're gonna lose 43.25 though. Like it's moderately well defended, and there's a call wall at 43.20. So we need a big move, and we need confirmation. Like I'm only short like at the money here. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna take on anything more than that right now. And I'm pretty ready to buy something to the upside too if we happen to move that way. I think momentum's incrementally turning bearish, but very, very slowly. If nothing else, they're going to try to de-risk as much as they can here, right? That way they ensure vol doesn't spike on a drop, and they don't get underwater on all the puts that they just got out from underwater. Is this gonna be one of those Grundy range days? I don't think so. I think this day will break one way or another. There is a lot of interest on the chain. It's just all over the place. This thing about to get rugged. We're gonna find out. I can't pick a direction. Don't feel bad. I mean, everything. So the market maker's net bearish, right? So we know that. So there's some like slightly higher chance of a downside move because not only is all the positioning currently at the money on the long term scale bearish, but the market maker is still net negative delta. Really, I think really the question here is what wins out: zero DTE gamma or 20 DTE delta. Zero DTE 4330 straddle. That could be an option. Dixie's over 106. Yeah, it's been over 106 for a little bit now. Yen's getting wrecked. Oh shit. Well, yeah. They're buying bonds, right? They're trying to push their yields down because of the YCC. I don't know why US bonds aren't reacting to that, but fucking Japan and their stupid monetary policy. It's like, oh, our bonds got too high. We better buy them all. Uh, I had a dream that we dropped 100 BPS in 30 minutes. It was glorious. That'd be cool. Don't say things like that to me. What does yen going down mean and its impact on US equities? Well, it means dollar up, right? Well, Dixie up. Yen's one of the most heavily weighted currencies that the broad dollar is compared against, right? And so if yen drops, dollar pushes up. Dollar pushes up means yields go higher, credit spreads tighten, multinationals' profitability into the future drops, oil gets more expensive. Which then has a feedback effect on inflation. So I had a dream it was MOASS. I woke up wet. That's because your new CEO is getting you horny. I'm decided I'm just gonna straddle on zero DTE and just add more when we get confirmation. That's probably not a bad plan. My only upside protection right now, though, is my straddle from yesterday. And I kind of want to take profits on it. If it's back above 16, they've got to stop that nonsense, right? I think they've got to pump while they have the chance. Well, do they? Because they just obliterated the VIX and we got to 33. Like, I mean, the question here, and the question for the last 3 months has been, where the fuck is the liquidity going to come from, right? Where there's no buyers, like, uh, you can pump all you want with zero DTEs, but if no one's gonna come in and buy in mass and support the levels that you jump the price to, you can't hold them. And that's why the bulls have repeatedly failed to get it up over the last, well, since early August, right? Dixie Green, nice. So like I agree. I mean, it's in their best interest to get this price the fuck up so they stop losing money on underwater puts, right? But at some point, they're just gonna take the losses. And they've already been taking losses. That might be the most bearish thing about this whole situation is that despite their short puts being massively underwater, they've been closing them, and they have theta. They've been closing 4400s and 4350s, which doesn't show a lot of confidence on that side of the trade and prices reaching those levels in the next like 30 to 90 days, right? Because they sold those puts out in October, November, December, Jan, right? And if they're closing them at a loss, hundreds of dollars underwater, right? They're clearly not very confident that in the next 90 days they're going to see those levels again. Because if they were, they would simply wouldn't close them. They'd just sell more, right? Yen didn't give a fuck about Ueda. That doesn't boost their currency. That's their YCC, man. That has a negative effect on their currency. Especially if no one's gonna come in and go long yen, which no one is. Not unless they have to. At the money spy straddle, 8 days to expiry. Market open at point 0.7. Whole position was red. Down that much would have been green. Moves up, don't pay the same. So you're at the money straddle. What was your strike? And it opened red? I mean, there's some losses from like volatility shorting, but that's fucking crazy. How much was the call side up this morning? Because that doesn't make a lot of sense. 8 days to expiry. It's a little long for overnight, but I still feel like you shouldn't have been entirely red because your call side should have been deep in the money this morning. Spy. Oh. Yesterday closed 428.52. What was your strike, Jason? It should have been like $2 or $3 in the money. 428. So you bought it at close yesterday. Then market open today was 431.67. All right, so two things here. Okay. Wait, I have a better idea of your pricing. So two things here. Too much theta, right? It's 8 days is way too much theta for overnight straddles. You need a bigger move than 0.7, especially with vol crush. The second part of that, volatility crushing. Gorg QQQ fuck. Yeah. The Nasdaq pump seems to be burning off a little bit, but NQ's still above 15. Let's see if we lose 43.15 now. One minute might be turning around a little bit. Maybe not. 5 minutes starting to fail. 15 still looks fucking bullish though. I like that VIX is moving up. Okay, so 43.25 is gone. That's the start of a confirmation. Next thing we're looking for is this. Futures 43.50. Hmm. And there's call walls. Wait, hold on. 10 and 5. 4,300 has puts. All right, so yeah. Breakdown below 43.15. Then the next target is 4,300. Then below 90, gamma's like downside gamma starts to ramp up. So still a ways to go to confirm downside. Quite a ways. But it's looking a little better. BTU up again today. Yeah, it's been kicking ass lately. Careful with covered calls on it for those of you guys that have it, because there's a lot of expectations that China's going to do something this week. I told my wife I wanted to be Gherk for, and if they do, Coal Demand's going to rock it. I told my wife I wanted to be Gherk for Halloween, and my kids be Cornishaw, and she decided she wanted to go as the client of a divorce lawyer then. Wow. So rude. No problem, Bennett. Gherk needs to start monologuing again so the SPX keeps dropping. His straddle was all event vol pricing for PCE. Yeah. But too much theta. Like, if he had less theta, he would have been fine. I opened a zero DTE straddle last night on QQQ and it was great. Well, the call side of it was great. Actually, it wasn't even a straddle. It was a strangle. But shorting treasuries at the bottom, the stupidest trade in history. It's pretty fucking... It's pretty dumb. Although I don't know if they're at the bottom. They could still go lower. I sold some 250 CCs on Fubo that expired today. I want to roll them out at the same strike. Do you think Fubo could come back down in a week? Maybe two. Fubo's kind of illiquid right now. You might need more theta than that. Yeah, you might not. I would at least look into like SLD. I think Fubo has a shitload of failures one day. Oh, okay. That's a little more normalized. They slammed correlation. Yeah, yeah. Big surge in vol on Mag 7 today, right? Is there a recession? It will be very manageable. CEO clueless quote of the day. Who is that? What are the quants going to be for Halloween? Is JFresh going to dress up as Farmville player? I don't know. I hedged my put spreads with some call spreads last minute yesterday. I hedged those call spreads with some put spreads at open. All this to ask, should I manscape my hedges? Yes. Under 42.75 would be cool. Thanks, QQ. I would also like to close my put hedges. But we'll see. Still chopping right now. Thank you so much, Costellosaurus. To circle back to your 90 days and big closings at a loss. With the 6-month treasuries having the highest yields, hints at market funk for up to 180 days. Sure. Because pricing on yields right now is totally normalized. She didn't. No. Lols, I have a new coworker and he saw that I was trading. I told him I'm still learning. Dude spent 45 minutes to explain to me how he trades using stock charts and 10 indicators. Now you know what my life is like, Dwayne. If I was an evil market manipulating hedgy butthead who helped the DTCC commit international securities fraud, the Mag 7 breath would be perfect for me doing evil market manipulation. I know, but you're not, Dork, unfortunately. I never thought I would hedge SPX 0 DT with Tesla 0 DT, and it's working out great. It's more prone to picking up volatility, Alicia. Speaking of charting, hit me with the rhombus. I got a nice rhombus on futures for you. We're not in it. Oh, this already broke out. Okay, Dixie 106.1 now. Almost back to green on the day. Fucking yields still just are static. Bruh. I mean, totally normalized hoodie should be in the swag store. If you don't know that he would just use that money for 0 DTs, you haven't been paying attention. Exactly. It's like that thing when like a homeless person's like, "Hey man, can I have some money?" And you're like, "You want some food?" And they're like, "Nah, bro." And you're like, "You're gonna use it for drugs, right?" And they're like, "Yeah." And you're like, "Well, I'm gonna use it for drugs." Well, that's awkward, right? And this is the same thing with Farmville player. Actually, if homeless people told me they were using the money for the drugs, I'd be 10 times more likely to give them money. Imagine being homeless and not high. Ouch. I give them $1. You can't buy anything with $1. Dude, that sign just said, "I need money for alcohol and drugs and my life is trash." College Town, he made so much more than his competitors. It's the honesty. It really grabs at people's heartstrings. You can still buy an Arizona green tea for $1. They're $1.59 here. 49. $1.49. And most places charge like $2.50. Even though it says $1.49 on the can. You can't even buy anything on the McDonald's dollar menu for $1. Yeah. It's because they don't have a dollar menu anymore. My priest said it's not on you to judge them for what they buy, but to give out of the generosity of your heart in hopes it makes their life better. But then he ran over a guy on a bike, so I don't know. Did you sell your call hedge? No. I probably should have, but I'd rather hold on to it and have the upside hedge just in case. Also, I have 42.95s. There's a homeless guy near my house that has a sign that says, "I bet you can't hit me with a quarter." Creative. I usually have pack of socks in my car and give homeless people a few pairs. At least their feet can be more comfy while they nod off in squalor. Interesting. I like that. I refuse to pay a cent over MSRP for Arizona tea. I refuse to drink Arizona tea. It's got way too much fucking sugar in it. I'm flattered you friend requested me on Discord, but I think I will have to kindly decline. Wow. That's fucked up, man. Outscored is Farmville and vice versa. That's all. Also, what an eclectic group of viewers you have. I have to say eclectic because other words would block the chat. Yeah. Ooh, futures. Dumps? Hmm. It won't follow the SPX at all. Fubo's in the Russell 2000. I made 150 on 3 sports ball bets. Used 15 last night. Just wish I was that good at trading. Interesting. Feinstein passed? Really? I mean, no, I guess it's not a surprise. I'm just surprised I haven't heard it yet. Would Bull Tears? Sub 4,300. Does BTU have exciting tips? No, it's a blue chip coal stock. It's boring as fuck. Abandon your imposter. Talk to me about Fubo now, please. That's our arrangement. Fucking goddamn it. What do you want to know? What's what's so difficult about Fubo? You just sell cover calls when it's over 250. Buy them back when it goes under 250. I thought you said Farmville was evil frag. Evil mentally ill frag. Can you go into more detail on why that is the case? Well, you know how much I love frag. That's how much I dislike Farmville. His house is disgusting. Me and him would never be caught hanging out at like a Dollar Tree or a Dollar General. Whereas I would hang out with Frag at a Dollar General all day. Or Walmart. Frag has a Dollar General Platinum Members Rewards card. Farmville player has a blown up HELOC. You're not new to this. You've been here for like 2 years. It's so sweet. I don't understand the hype. There's no hype. No one's hyping Arizona iced tea. Maybe you guys are hyping it in Europe, but that's a mistake. I didn't really need anything, but everyone else and their moms seemed to ask about it, so I figured I'd join them. God. Why don't you guys just DRS your shares and start a subreddit? I'm pretty sure that man's depressed and needs help. Yeah, probably. Is he the guy rooming with the wasps? I think he's grooming them, but same kind of the same, I guess. What if Farmville is the first pontiff? Hmm. The bank give him a HELOC on that piece of shit? Drive-by appraisal, man. Jesus fucking Christ, can we close the gap already? Not yet. They just got VIX back to 16. Ooh. Hmm. I think one more pumpy. Maybe like the big one, you know? Dollar just slipped back below 105. Are people bullish on Tesla due to the UAW strikes? I have a position, but I was gonna go short if it hits 260. Somebody's always bullish on Tesla because they worship Elon. Anytime Tesla's green on a day, it gets like a flood of zero DTE options. Hey, Gorg, I just have only one question. Win Moon? I don't know, man. On what? October 5th through 8th or after October 20th? No, actually, after October 18th. I already played 4330p from the 4333 test to 4318. I wouldn't mind doing that again. That'd be cool. Win volume, it's starting to die off. Hmm. Ooh, interesting. Nasdaq's now only up 100 BPS. I can't seem to find any safe stocks to go long on here. Thoughts? Hmm. There's treasuries. 2,000, 4,300p hit the tape. Any read on if that's bought or sold? Does it fucking matter? It's so far out of the money. This is like 0.2 delta. I'll look and see if it changed anything. There's 5,600 volume in the last 5 minutes. There's 20,000 volume at the strike for the day. I don't think it really matters that much. It didn't flip the gamma on the strike or anything. This is bullish, right? Mm. 5, 10, 20. 5, 10, 20, and 30 are almost all down 100 BPS. Just keep falling back to 25. What the fuck? Final big pumpy? Well, I thought they'd go a little harder than fucking 27. What's the percent chance of a gap fill? I mean, I have no idea. I'm not going to do a statistical analysis on the chance of us filling the downside gap here, but I would say that there's an okay shot at it. It gets a little bit better under 25, but there's still a call wall there. There's a call wall here at 20. This is the problem. We've bounced off of it 3 times now. If we break this call wall and we get a sell-off, maybe. Pretty bearish under that. Yeah, a little more so. Below 4,300 and more importantly below like 4,292, things can actually get bearish. Anything in this range, even if we fell to 4,300 here, we could still bounce back up. Do you still have your 42.95s? No. I got out of those yesterday. That was like my only winning trade yesterday. The straddle did okay, I guess. Yesterday sucked. Those were 0 DTEs. I don't pay attention. Fuck this, I'm buying puts. Bulls are weak today. Big realized losses. On the out of the money calls, yeah, those aren't doing so hot. I know you don't usually buy into a government shutdown. I mean, okay, yeah. But it kind of feels like we're gonna get one this time. It's not the same kind of government shutdown as like the debt default, so it's not that big of a deal. Why is the market both planning on this deferring Fed action and not pricing it in? I don't think the market's planning on that. I just think that's a narrative they can try to push. They need buyers, right? So they need some kind of narrative that people are going to be like, okay, that works, and I'm gonna go buy stocks. Because otherwise they can't support their pumps. There's no buyers coming in to hold the levels up for them while they reposition, right? So then they reposition, the price just drops back to mean. And that doesn't get them anywhere over time. It's the same liquidity issue they've had since we peaked back in July, right? Nobody coming in and actively investing at the levels that they get the market to means that they can't keep it there. Now we see if the dump will be met with an equal and opposite pump. We'll see. I have almost all of my money in 5% government money market. Okay. Yeah, that seems fine. How are your month-over-month yields? Who buys stocks anymore when everyone just buys ETFs? That's true. Gork, do I still have my call hedge? I don't know. Do you? XRT up to 23.67 million. Reported short interest on a float at 4.8. That seems so weird. Is that just normal for that ETF? It's happened in the past, but that's pretty high. Have fun on your support call, Dork. They're just gonna hold this range until the JPM roll. We can fucking try, right? Where do we get a collar roll from here? We get it at between like 44.70 and 45.35. No, those aren't ES. Those are SPX. We're so far from 4,300 on ES. Are you fucking shitting me, man? Ooh, I like this. Losing the call wall at 20. That's cool. Can you make Mag 7 stocks go down pretty please? I mean, NQ's just lost like another 15 BPS, so wouldn't David Attenborough stream? We already did that. Do you have any idea about the extent to which the collar roll will likely impact price moving forward? Not for 0 DTE. I know the roll is end of day. I mean, it kind of changes the range in which the market trades, at least for the short term, right? Like if the collar rolls down to its high point at like 45.35 over the next like 60 days, that's going to put a pretty hard ceiling on the SPX, right? Especially with the way sentiment is now and the lack of liquidity on the bull side. And also, you know, it's large enough to skew the market maker hedging, especially right after it rolls. I blame Girk for this. BlackRock joins Goldman, including JP Morgan's blockbuster ETF JEPI. If I made a covered call ETF, it would be fucking way better than JEPI. JEPI sucks. It's okay, but it kind of sucks. All right, let's lose 43.15. This is exciting. If we lose 43.15 here, It's only $35 to go until things get bearish. Proof or ban? On what? Must be annoying to be an upstart short and have NVIDIA moves matter more than loan news. Yeah, that's probably irritating. Although, there's not a ton of upstart shorts yet. At least not on the underlying. Bulls literally have to test upside resistances twice. They're stuck in a loop. I'm not really worried about the bulls over the long term. It's just the short term where they're annoying. Fuck my life. I held APRN for 6 months, dumped it, and it's up 133% today. Ouch. Proof or ban that my cover call ETF would be better? Oh, I mean. I unbanned myself. Did I miss anything? Ooh, that's cool. Back to 43.25? Possibly. Yep, that's a thing that could definitely happen here. Discord wasn't working this morning and I had no access to my memes. Discord didn't pay their Cloudflare bill or something. Any date for XRT off reg show? It's usually the next month. Hmm. If you like the stream, Girk said he promises SPX under 4,300 by noon. No. Yeah, I'm sure India's the second largest market for coal. Edwin. Hmm. Does the market just drift up from here until SLD? I mean, not with the current positioning. We're still chopping. And they still have open calls at 43.40. Hmm. Yep, that's a peener. Interesting. Still a bunch of long dated put walls at these prices. If this fails here, that's kind of not good for them, right? I don't think people understand that the longer term chain is bearish as fuck. I don't think people have theta. Did the collar roll? No. How- Does macro matter when you just day trade? Yeah, it can. For me, it matters a lot, but that's because like 97% of my net worth is allocated to things that aren't day trading. My day trading accounts are all capped. I told Popcorn they were going to try to pump it again. Yeah, SPX 429s expire 10/20. I'm down 30% on them. Does that have enough theta? SPX SPY 429? Aren't you just like add the money? You're like add the money. Yeah, probably. That's because you dodged a lot of the vol crush by buying farther dated puts. Or, wow, farther dated positions lost your gun. Well, this has more momentum, and momentum's good for the put side gamma today, so we'll see. I'm not really interested in any of it until we're below 290. Mostly because the other side of my straddle will be in the money. Tech's still slipping. I like that. Hey, we're retesting 43.50 on futures again. Sell-offs are strong today. That's got to be de-risking on that. Vol spiked? Yeah. That was de-risking. I don't know what strike yet, but they definitely closed some short puts. Gherkin, BBC, no thank you. Below 290 would already be a 75 BPS drop from open. Have you not been doing this a long time? Hmm. Write that down. Contained. I wrote contained, not continued. I gave you a chart with a range this morning, Washington Beef. Did you ignore my range? Did you? Fucking rude. I even color coded it. I did all the things. Well, in the chart's defense, we blew out the... We kind of blew out the upsided open. In fairness to your range, I saw 420, 42, 48 as the low range and laughed and told myself that was improbable. It is. But it's not impossible. No, I read it. I'm sorry. I liked him better as IOB. You know we can't read numbers and are also colorblind. Okay, all the charts will be in black and white from now on. Gurk literally a few days ago. If they're able to pump, bulls will probably use that pump to de-risk. Well, here we are. I know. Yet everyone's surprised. The pickle jar's collective memory is like 5 seconds. It's like a goldfish. If 250s capitulate on Tesla, is this thing gonna drop like a cliff? Drop off a cliff? You don't drop like a cliff, Richie. Cliffs are static. The price of it could fall. I sold a zero DTE for a profit at 437. Now it's $7. Cool. So you made money on it? Try this. Anytime you feel the urge to complain about money you could have made, but weren't positioned to make, don't. Because you start I'm not just being a dick. I mean, you start to set aside that risk management and you'll start negotiating with yourself that you can take a little more risk to gain that little extra edge. And then you just lose all your fucking money. Maybe on the phone, maybe with your boss. Doesn't matter. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Let's spend the night together from now until forever. All right. Are you going to become a pontiff? If you were a betting man on who's going to win, what would you bet on the Bulls or Farmville's Wallabies? I don't care about him. I'm a strong negotiator. Negotiated with myself, and both of us got wrecked. The additional risk isn't worth it. Nope. It's not. I mean, if you're skittish, it's because your experience is telling you to 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 pull back risk and not overextend. And if you stop listening to that instinct, you're gonna get fucked. Why are you attacking me right now? I did nothing to you today. I'm sorry, JFresh. It wasn't directed at you or everyone else. My memory is longer than 5 seconds. Take that, goldfish. Wait, what were we talking about again? Anyway, thanks for all you do, Pi-Fi. Thanks, Nuns. I appreciate it, man. I did this for months. Now I'm actually profitable. It takes a hard time and a long time to break that mentality. It does. I did buy puts with Theta at the peak, though. Okay, well, that's good, I guess. Is Pontiff above Pigeon Whale? Yeah, yeah. It's pronounced Scottish? What do you want about? Getting better entry and exit, I think. Profits on the move from 43.17, 43.27, then from 27 to 311. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself, but that was cool. Nice. Well done. You have to be okay with slow gains. You have to understand that, if you can stick with slow gains and you just can consistently make profits, the size of those gains will increase on the same relative amount of risk. I just checked that membership and it's not an option on YouTube. Nope. No, it's not. All right, so if you have $5,000 and you can make $250 a day, 5%, right? And you do that for 252 days. What's that, like 63,000? So $68,000 at the end of a year, one trading year, right? Then if you can make 5% a day, just doing the exact same shit, right? You can make $3,400 a day. Same risk. Fuck, same strategy if you want, as long as it scales. Right? And then you make $34,000 a day for 252 days. And you have $856,000. Well, plus the 68. 924. Then, same strategy. Remember, you don't have to change anything. Now you can make $46,000 a day. And that's 3 years. Yeah, less taxes. I'm not gonna fucking factor in taxes and brokerage fees, but under the couch with the cat, can you pass me a frozen novelty from in there? Cat said he's all set. Thanks, man. I'll get you in a minute. What he said is true. I used to make $5 some days. Now I make like 50. You mean I don't run after 10 baggers every trade like denied? Is he still solvent? Jesus. For both intraday and swing trading, how can I get better at my entries? Is it using EMA and SR with tight risk? What else am I missing? I mean, the most important thing about your entries, understanding support and resistance is important. Um, understanding, momentum is also important, and how strong or weak your support and resistance are. But more than any of that is understanding where to set your risk, so if you're wrong, you don't lose money. How's that been going on your WeBull account? Well, the WeBull account has generated $60,000 in cash. It's also lost 55 of that. Although I'm not really trying for $250 a day. Maybe I should. God, that's boring. One of us.
I have other shit to do. I can't pay attention to this thing all the time. How do I risk 5,000 to make 250 a day or 500 risk to make 250? Each individual trade probably shouldn't be more than 500, right? That's your allocation. Like you want to cap your allocation per trade, right? That way if everything blows up, you can only ever lose a certain percentage of your total portfolio. Um but I mean it's if you're trading options, it's not that hard to turn 500 into like I spent 600 this morning on these. If we close below 43.20, they're profitable. If we close below 43.15, I make 1,500. So net profit is 9. It's padding some other risk I've taken, but no, you'll lose some days. The example's an extreme. But over time, I mean, you should be able to get a consistent like 2 to 5% a day on whatever portfolio size you end up choosing. Remember, not everything scales, so obviously, after time, you have to change strategies in order to scale up. What if we have a problem making more than $0 a day? I mean, most of the losses I see in the pickle jar aren't from like well managed risk, like low risk plays, right? They're from people YOLOing into like zero DTEs or people buying puts at like the bottom of a massive run because they feel FOMO. It's like almost all the mistakes people make are still like beginner mistakes. And those things are fun to do, don't get me wrong. And sometimes, yeah, you can make a lot of money doing that. But as a consistent strategy, that's worthless. Get an at the money debit spread and get right direction, and it'll net you 2 to 300 a day. You can just do inverse. Nah, I'm not gonna get into it. But there's there's a lot of ways to make $200 to $300 a day. Yeah, you'd have to find a way to use preset orders or have you still have to manage it. I mean, there's no day trading and not managing your positions. They don't. That doesn't work. I made out with 100% gains on Amazon puts yesterday and was wondering what I should be looking out for with a re-entry. I still have November puts. Um, I don't know. It's probably a little oversold now. It does appear to be continuing though. Maybe there could be an entry here, right, with and then watch for a bounce at 126. The FTC probe's pretty serious. I spend $200 a week buying GME calls every day of the week, regardless of price action. My one Achilles heel, I never sell them regardless of price action. Jesus. That sounds terrible. You're still full in on the conspiracy, huh, Diamond Dick? How well does YOLOing 0 DTE scale? Scalping doesn't scale very well past a certain point. Like you start to run into issues with slippage, and then you have to start doing, to avoid the slippage, you have to start leaning on strategies that aren't really scalping, and that means that your returns are diminished, so it's not worth it. But yeah, scalping has a limited run. It's very good for if you have to be good at it. Some people are simply not good at the stress of scalping contracts. And then B, yeah, it's got kind of a limited amount of scalability. And it's also not something you can do on multiple assets simultaneously. That's really hard. I don't trust myself with margins, so selling spreads makes me jealous. Granted, it's slow, but it's steady. And just swing trading is rough a few times, but some wins are strong. Yeah. Swing trading is probably a more reliable approach if you have, a job or you can't manage your position every day. But I mean, part of swing trading is hard though because you have to sit in something that may be underwater for some period of time, right? Overholding and not taking profit. Yep, that's just greed. That's get into it. That's what we need. So, I know it seems like a cop out on my part, but I really don't think one strategy fits everyone. Everyone like it's too broad to be like this will work for you, right? Because it may not. Um, there'll be people in here that can sell credit spreads every single day of the week. They're very good at like figuring out range for the day, and they can just sell credit spreads at the highs and lows, right? And they can make that their money every day. There'll be people in here that are good at scalping. There'll be people in here that are better at managing like cover calls and CSPs. I mean, so I can't like anybody who tells you here's a strategy, it always works, you'll make money, is probably full of shit. Because if they had that and it was that consistent, they would never give it to anybody ever. They would never tell a single soul about it. So I mean, paper trade. Figure out how you can make 5% a day. Not just technically, like or mechanically, but like emotions factor into that too, right? Like people who handle stress well tend to be very good at scalping. People who don't are not. You're holding your straddle put in the until in the money. I'm close. I have 4,300 puts. I mean, they're up enough that if I sell them, I've made back a good chunk of what I lost on the upside on the puts. So I love the education days. I didn't really think I was doing that. Thank you. This stuff isn't free, so here's my thanks for educating 500 of us, even though 90% won't listen. Thank you, Adopted by the Dans. It's actually getting a lot better. There were a lot of people that took profit on the way down. Some of them might be pissed because they repositioned a little, but I think a lot of people took some money off the table. So much better than most drops into reversals or runs into rejections. Do you think it's doable without options? Yeah, it is. I think options are better for day trading and swing trading than owning the underlying because you have less exposure with options than you do if you have actually like if you own a stock. Imagine owning like 10,000 shares of something and the price drops $5 overnight. Ugh. What's the best resource to learn the ins and outs of scalping? Paper trading. I'm not kidding. You'll learn more paper trading than you will from any book that exists about scalping. Well, when you work in finance, it's not your money, right? So you're not, there's no attachment to it. It might help a little with the stress, but not a ton. What helps with the stress is confidence and knowledge of what you're doing. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing, you're going to be scared all the time. If you know what you're doing and you're confident in what you're doing, you're not going to be afraid at all. And setting steps on a contract in a small account, do you set the risk in? I barely ever use option strat. I just use it for like DDs and stuff. So no, I don't. But that might work for you. Try it out, see if it works. So I think a 5 to 10% stop on anything that like you can't do that on anything super short dated. You're gonna have to go wider, right? So if you're doing like zero DTEs, you can't. 10%'s probably not going to be enough unless the contract's super expensive already. Now imagine owning 10,000 contracts of something, and well, that's not equivalent. Yaga, that'd be 10,000 shares would be 100 contracts. And I'd definitely rather have 100 contracts than 10,000 shares at that point. Most people that I've seen that are really good at scalping have zero need to scalp. The majority of people that I've seen that are successful at scalp trading, like consistently successful at it, they have they have no emotional investment in the trade at all. They either have money, make a lot of money somewhere else, or have, behavioral issues. Express is the one true stock. Black Monday next week. That'd be cool. I'd like that. Next up, I'm buying a pet wasp. Oh, Jesus. Here's JPA has some textbook recommendations. That's kind of embarrassing, right? For like the... Hold on one second. For like the president of the Fed to have a fucking... Like, oh yeah, I haven't been in school in 52 years, but I definitely have a book recommendation for economics, macroeconomics 101. We're cruising for a real test of 4,300. Do you think it's got legs for further down? It it does, in fact. We could go to 4,290 potentially. Although getting away from 4,300 is going to be hard. I, I don't know if I probably don't. I don't know. I don't know how to find the referral code for Tasty. It doesn't matter. Just sign up for it. I don't think you're getting anything special. You regularly carry 100 contracts on SPX overnight, and we get $20 price moves. But I have hedges. I'm not just purely exposed to directional price action. I might be overexposed in one direction versus the other, but no, I don't de-engineer. I'm down 55% on my Tesla 240 and 242 50Ps, 10-8 expiry. Is it enough theta to hold for the move down, or cut and reposition probably better? Did Tesla lose 250 yet? You have 2 weeks, right? Or 10, 10-6 expiry? 10-8's not an expiry, right? Does SPX look bullish or bearish heading into October on the weekly? Ew. Well, I guess that'll depend where today closes. You think I'd be a prime candidate for being good at scalping, and yet, do you really do a lot of scalping? I thought most of your trading was just buying like super far out of the money shit and kind of hoping it goes in the money. You can base it on a percentage of your delta. You could base your hedge on expected move. I have behavioral issues. I'm halfway there. I have zero fear or nerves when watching a position lose and I get stopped out. But if I have a profitable position, every pullback in profitability gives me anxiety. What gives? Hmm. Hmm. I mean, that's misplaced. But hmm. I don't know. Your best bet's probably to set like a predetermined levels to take profit. So you don't have to think so much about how to manage your profitability and you just think about how to take your profitability off the table. What's your referral code for Weenus trades? What's up, Claw Range? How you doing, man? Best way to learn scalping is trading in a paper account, but what tools should be used to at least understand and help guide to make the correct trades? Find trades and opportunities. You got to figure that out. I'm not going to give it to you. Because it's money that's needed. He simply doesn't like money. Yeah, I mean, Chad's right. It's because it's money that he needs. Yeah. And you always need more money, right? That's how you get trapped by greed though. I miss the days when we used to take pictures of our calves. Those were fun times. What are your thoughts on using 30 DTE bear call spreads to buy 30 DTE debit spreads? Debit put spreads. I remember you mentioning you don't like selling large amounts of theta on credit spreads. Why so? Well, that was particularly at the time. If I do, it's not that I don't sell theta on credit spreads. I do. I, I'm not particularly fond of the idea of having other people do it because, frankly, you guys suck at managing risk, and holding a long-term position like that requires generally some amount of management at some point. But the strategy you're describing is kind of doubling down on the downside now. It's not really hedged in any way. You're simply just selling credit spreads and buying debit spreads. So if the stock goes up, you have no plan, right? Like the position doesn't decay a lot, and if you can establish it at a net credit, then you probably have some amount of upside range that's not catastrophically a loss, but I would imagine it would be minimal. you still need it to go down. So, and then when it does go down, if you're right over a 30-day time frame like that, your profitability is limited because you open debit spreads. I know you do, Grim, too. Do you think this has any steam? But the drop? It could. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of capitulation on anything today. At least not on the put side. They would definitely like to get some of the shit they bought in the money. The Bears. They have a lot of zero GTEs today. A lot of zero GTE puts that are still out of the money. Like I said, I really don't have a lot of confidence in this until we start breaking down under 290, but 4,300's a start, just like 25 and 15. This is somewhere where I would take a debit spread, and I did. Where, I think the odds of it going down are decent enough to take some risk, but I don't want to lay out a lot of capital on that risk, right? I was asking about a bounce. I mean, they get worse and worse the further down we move. It's raining a lot. I haven't looked outside today. Is it flooding? Fuck. Hold on. That doesn't look too bad. No, although we're working on building our own gamma charts. I just get them from other places. For now. How's Hawkish Paws? Still hiding inside the sofa or coming to hang out more now? He knocked over my TV the other day. Me and Dork were touching tips in the quant chat, and there was like a big crash, and I went out in my living room, and somehow he'd knocked over my TV, which I don't know how he did it, because the base weighs like 300 pounds. That's adorable. No, it's not. It didn't break, which I got lucky. But it bent it's got like a little, like a pole on the back. And then it's got like a, like that. This got bent a little, but I just bent it back and it was fine. That's what my TV stand looks like, and then the TV goes on the pole. Like a bent carrot. What's going on with Blue Apron? I don't know. It's up. Allegations of fraud? That wouldn't surprise me. Now my coworker is explaining how I should buy SPX for the long term when Stotch RSI hits 20. Ask people who did that after the .com bubble how they feel. $4,300 is well defended for now. Defended. I don't know how well defended it is. Bulls are being relentless. This is probably more put profit taking than it is anything bullish. But we got a little bit of a bounce. We're back at the long-term trend now. Not a lot of volume on it yet. Right now, I mean, I think we could bounce like back to maybe back to like 15. And then we could fail again. But yeah, so a retest of 15 is not out of the question. No, we'd have to see how that looks. Right, there's not a lot of calls. Since we also at bearish positions nowadays, can we get the Dancing Bears song? The Dancing Bears song is saved for special bearish events. But it looks like the Bulls are in for trouble, and they can't crest 43.15 in the next 5 minutes. I don't know about trouble. I guess if we test 43.15 and we don't break above, we might see more puts come in. Now, I'm acting like I don't know anything, and he keeps showing me new indicators. Now he's saying that he uses Yahoo Finance to track prices. He's been in the game for 5 years. You should take like 2 of the indicators he showed you and been like, just like kind of explain how you think they do the exact same thing. And then listen to him tell you, no, 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 you don't get it. Right? Like if he shows you RSI, just be like, well, isn't that like the same as those candles? It's really fun. I promise. I picked up some EXR at 120. What's the farthest dated you'd buy an at the money put on QQQ before you'd rather go with out of the money? Maybe like 14 days. Surely backwards looking indicators will predict the future. I mean, not as well as natural ratios applied to chaotic systems. Do you think we have one more push to 4330? That's extreme. No, I don't. I think at least for now, that side of today's price action has failed. Now he's saying I should buy Rivian. That's because it went up already. How did you know to set the buy order at 120? Just short long-term supports? That and valuation. Do debit spreads make SPX pricing same like XSP pricing? They can. I mean, they reduce the cost of your upfront capital allocation, but they also reduce your total potential profit. The golden ratio is everywhere in nature. It's in a lot of places. It's not everywhere. Pythagoras discovered a picture of the stock market in a sunflower seed head. It's just a good way of making spirals. It's just efficient spirals. Should I begin loading up on a banana, soap, and oil positions? Interesting. I've been really thinking about buying more Dole lately. When hedging your options, do you base the amount of hedging on a percentage of the delta? Sometimes. Jimmy finna run. What's up, Heath Dill? Maybe next week. Probably not. More likely towards the end of October. Wow, middle of October. Clearly you've never done LSD and tried to trade. Selling puts needs to be nerfed. Probably, yeah. Alright, so when you touch two wires, the projector screen does stuff? No, there isn't an external control system with buttons. It's two wires. No, two wires. Oh, someone's calling me. 1 second. Sorry about that. Speaking of selling puts, have you seen QQQY? I mean, I know of its existence. I've done LSD while trying to trade. It's a whole thing. I struggle with my phone while tripping, though. All right. Hot mic. Yeah. Not a penny over MSRP, Larry. Sorry, I got my chords crossed there. More downs now? That'd be cool. Yeah, rejection here would be it'd be nice to get some more downside. Net delta is picking up a little bit, so there's some upside pressure, and we may have sold off enough for now that we kind of just chop. There's a very good chance that there is no move lower today. That this is kind of the extent of the breakdown, but still a breakdown, right? No, I'm not saying that's absolutely the case, but something to think about. Hmm. What happened with the hot CEO? She's still at my neighbor's house. She is hot. Give her that. But still clingy. Did you average down your short straddle leg today? No. No. I probably should have, but I didn't. It's cool. It's almost back in the money. So basically I just made money on the call side, and I still have some 1020 puts at 4,300. That's kind of cool, right? Now that you guaranteed a breakdown below 4,300 today, where do you think we go? Is this not a breakdown? Well, I mean, a little bit. It's not a breakdown below 4,300 though. Not yet. Hmm. Although a failure here would be pretty fucking cool. Kind of already have that covered, I guess. Could just buy a put. Those are expensive. That's a fucking overpriced put. Can HE go lower, or can it push 13, 14 again? The hearings seem decent and seems to have bought them more time. Well, okay. I don't think more time is what HE wants, though. I don't know if it's a very good wheel opportunity. Probably not. I don't like wheeling in current market conditions, by the way. I think it sucks. It's like a 3.3% yield on at the money. 14 DTE. It's not amazing. It's okay. I don't think the risk of ownership is worth it though. Do you don't you usually do way less theta on straddles? Sometimes on one side of it I do. I had 3 DTE calls and a 10-20 put. I guess there were 4 DTE calls yesterday. Let's see, the calls were $30 yesterday. I sold them for 30.38, and I sold them for 39.15. So no, not 100%. $43.09 is a fortress. 43.08 is a fortress. There's call walls at there's a call wall at well, I guess it's about gone. There's a call wall at 43.05. I think some of that call interest is still there. Although there's a lot more puts there now than there were like half an hour ago. VIX ticking up very slowly though. Futures is failing, but it's like dropping a feather from a skyscraper at this point. I haven't heard much about updates in OI today. I mean, all that's really happened today is like bullish positioning closed. All of the put positioning is mostly the same. How's Monday looking? I don't know yet. As long as it reaches terminal velocity downwards, it's all good, right? Yeah. If we break through that red and yellow line, things get kind of spicy. If we break through that bottom yellow line, things would get very spicy. I saved my port with a boatload of overnight Apple calls. Nice. On to the next degen strat. How did Apple do today? Earlier, not now. Ooh, very fun. Nice. Confirmation for a downside entry could be below 43.05. Well, you have 4,300 to 4,392 is a range, and then at 4,392, it could bounce or we could drop further. Futures are starting to sell off a little more. Hmm. So expensive. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I guess I don't care. I already have exposure. I'll just sit on that. Over here. $8 for fucking at the money puts at 12:44 45. What the fuck is that? Is there some news Monday or something? It's not even for Monday. Is there some news today? Fed Williams starts speaking literally right now. Oh, he better not fuck anything up. Ford and GM have refused to make progress at the table. Another 7K members go on strike at noon today. Citigroup CEO said the Fed will have to raise once more in November. Credit card numbers are softening. This is kind of crazy. Bill issue B of A's fixed income desk. Bill issuance in October and November is expected to be a robust 433 billion, which should contribute to further bill cheapening, so it yields up. Bill supplies increased 1.6 trillion year to date, with over 3/4 coming since the debt limit resolution in June. We're forecasting 400 billion in net new bills to the public in the fourth quarter, supply totaling roughly 2 trillion in net issuance over 2023, calendar year 23. The pace of the treasury supply expected over the next 2 months is slower than the 325 billion a month average pace seen since June, but well above the 200 billion per year average pace pre-COVID. Yeah, B of A is billish. Money market funds, another thing from the B of A desk, their MMF desk, which is money market funds. 65% of net new bill supply between May and August month ends. This aligns with an increase in money market fund WMAs as MMFs have shifted out of overnight RRP and into treasury bills. Auction data implies that MMF takedowns have declined as a percentage of total offering in recent weeks. This aligns with the recent increase in dealer bill holdings. A slowdown in MMF bill buying may be due to WMAs normalizing. MMF WMAs and their bill holdings as a percentage of bills outstanding still well below their historical averages, but are unlikely to see an increase as rapidly in relation to the post-debt limit increase. Money market funds likely have remained in capacity to take down bill supply if bills remain cheap to on RRP. and there's some confidence around the Fed's path. Bill supply has been absorbed with minimal impact on rates, likely due to MMF WAM extensions. However, as MMF WAMs have normalized under bills, have modestly cheapened, and dealer holdings have increased. As MMF demand for bills slows and supply continues, we expect to see more bill cheapening. Yeah, I see it. Interesting. WAM is weighted average maturity. So it's the measure of the average maturity of securities held in an MMF. Summarize that in 3 words. B of A expects yields to go up. And Yellen's juicing the caboose hard for the next month. Can we see your fancy SPX chart again? Sure. Hold on, it's on the weekly. Why is it glowing? Superpowers. Those colors hurt my brain. That's the LSD. It's not the colors. Why is it put $20 out of the money? It's still $5. Yeah, right? My puts at the money just now were like $8.50. It was fucking $8.50, $8.90. It was ridiculous. Where can we watch the Fed Williams thing? I mean, if there's a live stream of it, I would have no idea. No, we broke through the trend. Like the descending wedge, the expanding descending wedge. We broke back into that already. Fed Williams canceled the speech and published it on the Fed website. There you go. Poor guy's not even getting his fees. SPX October 4,300 Ps. Bought at the top are looking good now. Okay, nice. Hedge some next week's 4350C, but at least VIX was lower at the time. Well done. Giggity. Gherk, I sometimes forget to say it every day. But hot dog if you're not immensely ruggedly handsome. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. You know how I found that out? I typed in Fed Williams speech into Google, and all of that information was on the first page. Didn't even have to scroll. Search engines are an amazing thing. Did you read my idea for the merch store? I didn't see it. It looks like there's some water in the street outside. I don't know how deep it is. It's like 130 feet away. It's okay. I made meatballs the other night. So I've got like 5 days of food. You're on the 130th floor? It'd be a very weird building if all of the floors were only 1 foot tall. I'd be like a tiny centaur. Does clam parm keep? No, you gotta gobble it up right away. This is getting more fun. I decided to take a position in Big Soup. CPB trading close to a 52-week low. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, Campbell's is cheap as shit right now. Hey, RSP's red on the day. So's ES. Now we just need tech to sell off. Look at that. We dropped through both of those fun lines that I was talking about. This is the spicy line right here. If we were to fail that, woo boy. I DM'd you some indicators that can help you. Is that your penis? Oh shit! Is this from your office mate? Damn, this guy's got CMF, MACD, CCI. Slow Stotch, Tricks, Bully Width, and Actist. Jesus fucking Christ, man. He's looking at the same shit 7 different ways. This guy, he must be so wealthy. Can you do me a favor, Dwayne? Can you ask him if he's killing it so hard? Why is he still working there? No OBV? Well, he's got CCI. Is the line you drew the 200 SMA? Where? I don't know. I don't have I don't have I don't have any moving averages on futures. On SPX? This is the 200. Oh, you can't even see that. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I got this. That's the 200, I think. Just MA. Not simple moving average. No weighting. He said he's taking a break since he just got hired here last week. Las Vegas police have made an arrest in the 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac? No fucking way. Who is it? Is it Suge Knight? Isn't he already in jail? I know Express is up today. What's the spicy line you mentioned? Oh, that's on ES. That's right. We're very close to it now. That's this boy right here. There we go. That's the one standard deviation of the weighted VWAP to the downside. Or two standard deviation. I had a put at 310 that I got for 9. When I moved down, I set a stop limit at 950. The price went back up when it hit 11, and my stop triggered and sold. Common? You mean the price went back down? Otherwise, no. Did you set a trailing stop? Kirk has his chart ready, set to Ready Player One mode. I wanted to experience the metaverse. What's your Doomsday port look like? I don't have one. I'm not prepared for Doomsday. The price of the put went down to 11, but you said you bought it for 9. So you bought a put for 9, set a stop at 950, and then it's sold at 11. What? I would love the downside to 42.75. You're not alone. We're getting there. We're already at ES 43.25. God, remember all that FUD this morning? Remember that one guy that said we're still 75 basis points from there? Well, guess what, guy? We're down 115 now. 112. Yeah, close enough. We're getting very close to my pink line. This is getting kind of serious. We gotta be bottoming out soon, right? Uh, no way we bust through this low trend on futures. Yep, we did. Next stop, 4,300. Yeah, there's really not much support down here besides 4,300. Charm flip so charm flips negative in $4. Nope, $3. When does this start to pressure the collar puts? Below 240. Tesla needs to sell off harder. See, I told you what would happen if all those 250 fucking calls sold. Why is Microsoft still up? Fuck the Mag 7.
Okay, I've got enough profits here. I should gamble on like one, right?
Is the MM gonna rip it? I don't know. Jesus, this is bearish. Okay, I have enough downside exposure, right? I shouldn't buy another one of those. All right. Don't forget to tell people to set stops and take profits. Yeah, don't forget to do that, guys. You don't always get two chances to make the same money back. Yeah, that's pretty correct. Although we didn't really get to 1 sigma. I guess it depends what time frame you're on. On the 15-minute, maybe. On the 15, no. Yeah, we got like 1.5 and rejected. And now we're testing 2 from the downside. This could fail. Make sure I have enough room for that fucking stupid gap. Ooh, it didn't fill? Huh. Okay, that's still profitable, right? Nope. Alright. I have a bunch of calls from this morning closed. No. I mean, a bunch of calls this morning closed. But it looks like they de-risked 4,300. A lot? Uh, Maybe just on the daily. God, I don't want that getting all weird after the gap fill. Fuck. Ah. Alright, they got me. Damn it. That's not too bad. QQQ bouncing a little. How high can we bounce off of this? Alright, so we found support. Back to 4,300.
a little bit of a hedge.
Cool. Can we do that again, please? It was fun. It was kind of neat. That feed slump last night? I've seen it before, yeah. It's just really rare in overnight futures. Usually overnight futures doesn't have enough volume for that kind of price action. No hard feelings. It's been over a week with no bear song dance party. That's not true. We had a bear song dance party at the first test of 4,300. Or the first fail of 4,300. I took profits, 4K. Fuck yeah, man. Likely to end 42.92. I think the 4,300s. Probably near where. Well, okay. This is tricky. If this fails again, which it might, we fall below charm. Like, charm flips negative. Right, and if charm flips negative, the dealer is going to be selling on a flat tape into close. So yeah, for 42.79 is really important. I put that line on the chart. We came pretty fucking close to it, and we're bouncing off of it right now, right? So if we get back above 42.92, I would say yeah, 4,300s are most likely closing point. But this could still fall back, and if we go below charm, and it goes negative, this gets very bearish into the end of the day. Sorry, I'll flip that to the like 5-minute so you can see it a little better. The majority of interest is still at 4,300. They do appear to have de-risked some of it though on this drop. Oh, so Williams, still high inflation. FOMC has a restrictive stance to restore balance in the economy. Monetary policy actions are having the intended effects, but will take time to fully work through the economy and inflation. As monetary policy continues to bring demand into better balance of supply, I expect GDP growth to slow next year about 1 to 1.25%, and unemployment to rise modestly a little over 4%. I foresee inflation of 3.25% for this year as a whole, declining to around 2.5% next year, before closing in on 2% in 2025. My assessment is that we're at or near the peak level of the target range for federal funds. I expect we'll need to maintain a restrictive stance on monetary policy for some time to fully restore balance to demand and supply and bring inflation back to 2%. Yep. Real-time data on credit card spending has taken another leg lower and is significantly weaker than prior levels. This points to a potentially weak retail sales print in September. Government shutdown is likely estimated to hit GDP 0.1 to 0.2%, but could be made up next quarter. Me and the boys at work decided to not work today. We got breakfast and some drinks, and now I can watch you. What's up, man? Hopefully I have a job next week. Happy Friday, Gherk and Pickle Jar. Well, if you didn't, I hope you had some puts today. Can you sell a few blocks of 20k on futures to make sure that happens? Fuck no. I have casually 8x my throwaway WeBull port, 1200 to 10k. Thanks to you and SPX. Nice, David. What does this mean going into next week? Above 4,300 bullish, below 4,300 bearish? I think next week might just be bearish, man. I bought the put for 9. Price moved to 13. Oh, okay. I set a stop limit at 9.5. Price dropped to 11 and my stop triggered. Go look at the chart for the option. Yeah, it sounds like the contract wicked down to your stop. Probably an illiquid strike. Catching up on today's goings on. Did Dianne Feinstein assassinate Pac? When she would have had to have been a spry 63 years old. Do you ever talk to that one guy who was selling futures with no slippage? Since then? No. I could. No. I'd rather not. He always wants to go do things. Moment of silence for Diane. She rests with Lady VWAP now. Based on her condition, I'd say she was resting with Lady VWAP about 10 years ago. No offense to the woman. She accomplished a lot in her life, but there was no reason for her to still be in a position of power at that age. Are we gonna fail to break above 42.92? We could. I mean, this can keep going down. Puts here? Up to you. Fix or change the GME chart? Please? Will collar roll put any near-term pressure on the price? It could, yeah. I mean, it'll fuck with the market makers hedge a little. Well, depending on how close to the money they roll it. The further out, the less effect. So the collar can roll anywhere from like, it's a little different now because we're lower, but like I believe it's 3% to 5% or 2.5. I think it's 3. It might be 3.5. So 3.5 to 5%, which from where we're trading right now, Oh, that could mean calls at. Anywhere from like 440 to 4,500, and puts anywhere from 4138 to like 4075. It might be 2.5. I can't remember. I could go look. Jex Q. Oh, god damn it. Really? It's 3.5 to 5.5, actually. So this failure is bearish? Yeah. No shit. Do you think a continued breakdown here is pretty unlikely? I think a continued breakdown here is pretty undesirable. I don't know about unlikely. Puts are going to have to reaccumulate. Is 5TT and F theta for a weekend straddle on SPY? Could be. So 2015, those are good. 45, 95. Okay. Yeah, well, if we bounce here, 4300s, like near 4300s are most likely price into close. Quite a lot of call buying right now. Maybe a bounce like Wednesday is coming. How long until this breaks one way or the other? I don't know. Like I think the market maker would like to hedge it back up to like 290, 4,300, like in there. Um, but there's a decent number of puts that are coming in. If they gain some traction, we could continue to drive down. Put positioning wasn't really prepared for a drop this big, to be honest. Yeah, so our level at 4292, if we stay below that, we may continue to break down. I think if we break above that, we're just gonna close kind of right there. Like, well, right in there. Like 4305 to 4295. It's like that range. If we fail this at 4292, and slip below charm, then maybe. I think we might just dump. I mean, that'd be really cool, but it's very unlikely. Just straight dump? Like, how far are you talking? A 1,000 BPS? I played it perfectly. I waited until my heart said to buy puts, and I closed my sold calls instead. This occurred at 13:15. You're the best trader ever. Gabe, is that you? And Jimmy's really getting kicked in the fucking nuts today. I should have sold more covered calls. Hmm. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, I want this to sell off so bad. Puts are winning? Well, they're buying them. God, I love Tesla sometimes. Worth $18 to buy back a SPY spread that needs to close under 429 to expire worthless. I know, greedy, right? Are you up on it? Yes, very up. So you lose $1,800 by letting it go, or like closing it early. How much time do you have? October? Themed dong thong with pickle guy from the corner of the stream as the sleeve, complete with VWAP hat. Ooh, all right. That's a good merch store idea. Wheat's getting destroyed today? Really? Software futures are only down 20 BPS. I'll tell you what's getting destroyed today. The Russell 2000. But not Fubo. That always makes sense. Hmm. Oh, fucking come on. Do it. Don't. Just keep going down. Don't stop. Negative charm. Let's go. Should I pick up some BLK here? I don't know. Do you wanna own that? I need some volume for on the downside for ES if we want some continuation. Yeah. Yeah, we would. Might get that if we go below 279. God, we're close. I really hope this doesn't double bottom like a little bitch. Hmm. Ah, fuck me. God damn it. What did I get filled at? Yeah, all right, that's not too bad. Great, I made 40 cents. Now it'll crash. Why do you think Fubo's holding up so well? Because they can cover their short positions on it into the market downturn. I swear to God, my coworker said he was short calls on GME in December. I think he's a Wall Street Bets Chad. Oh, Jesus. That would explain his 7 fucking indicators that all show the same thing on his trading screen. Is there anything you're looking in to get into for next week based on today's price action? I mean, I'll let you know Sunday. That's some October 6, 4265, 4265 SPX puts that are up bigly. Do you think it's enough theta for it to be worthwhile holding through the next week for more downs, or is it better to cut them now? You're gonna lose a lot of your gains. So if today closes with those out of the money, you're gonna lose a lot of your profits on them. Not that it necessarily will. I mean, there's a chance we leg down a little further, but if we don't, yeah, you'll lose a lot of your profits carrying them over the weekend. Expect 50 cents on Monday. Gherkin on a roll. I've started hedging the intraday Vs by just having a stop buy to go long at all times on ES right above us. I'm annoyed that it's been effective. It's not bad. Are we close to the MM squeezing themselves? A little bit. They could into the end of day, but we need to fall below 4280. We got a double bottom here now. We'll see if puts keep coming in. If they do, then yeah, there's more downside. Nice. Is this one of those scenarios where the MM flips the position and rockets it back up? Well, they can try to do that, right? But if people keep buying puts at this point, which they are a little bit right now, the volume's not crazy, but there are puts coming in. Then they can't, right? They can't drop their hedge. We're also not near a big pile of gamma where that would be beneficial, right? The next really big pile of gamma to the downside is like 4250. 75's, yeah, well, 75's getting more, but that's not really helping them because there's also interest at 70 and 65, a little bit at 60. So yeah, put's still accumulating here. Hmm. Charm's negative. Yes, it is. All right, now you want to be You want to be careful of reversals. MM reversals, yeah, below 75, and then below 75, and then if we keep going down, below 50. So 75 is the biggest strike on the chain right now. If there's any easing of the price action below 42, so if we cross below 42.75 and put buying slows down enough for them to stabilize, they might try to reverse. Right now, put buying's not really slowing down, so we're getting like they tried to reverse here, and this just led to more put accumulation. So now 75 is the biggest strike on the chain. So watch the 75. So if we hit like 4260 or 4265 and starts rounding out, be careful. At least have stops prepared, even if you're a little out of the money. Richie, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. I appreciate it, dude. Congrats on the Tesla win today. Negative charm have any effect on the JPM rule? I mean, if we drop really hard, it can affect the level that it rolls to, right? Because it always rolls within a fixed distance of spot. They probably take the average of spot throughout the entire day, but if those put holders knew anything, they'd just sit there and whack off. Yeah. I'm off the support call for 45 minutes. Oh, welcome back. I was away for 2 hours. What happened? Not as many bulls as people thought. How far off was I on the top today? That's all that matters. I don't care about the money. I had to have been a few cents off, right? What was our high? It was at market open. 43.33.15. That was 3 BPS off. What a piece of shit. Gross. I'm sorry. Oh, back charm positive. Piece of shit with FUD DD. I know. I'm sorry. I said I was sorry. Disgusting. I'm truly ashamed of my actions. $43. Oh, interesting. MM's turning it around. Be careful here. Also, watch VIX. Make sure you're adjusting your stops not only with price action, but with vol. You have to account for both of these. Any chance Moody's downgrade due to government shutdown? This shutdown has nothing to do with debt. I mean, the GDP loss can increase our debt to GDP ratio, but it's not going to be sufficient for a downgrade. If we got downgraded, we get downgraded based on the fact that our government can't agree on shit. Keep your phone charged. So for weekends, I usually get wider straddles, or longer straddles. Sorry, longer dated straddles over the weekend. Usually, I'll do like the next Friday and the following Friday, or both on the following Friday, which would be like October 13. Charm is the decay of delta with the passage of time. I bought more pits. This bounce is weak. The MM's a little bitch. Careful with that. They have more money than you. So if they don't lock in the 4280 towards the end of day, do we just drift to the middle area? Well, any puts below us are going to be constantly decaying into the end of the day, so we can get upward pressure from that. Most of the puts are being bought right now, and they may not be being bought for today's expiration, and so we can't make that assumption completely, but the above 4280, the decay of charm into close has a positive effect. Adding your straddle call leg here? Maybe. I'd probably add it on a confirmed bounce, not here. This is not a confirmed bounce, not by any means, right? Like, I don't even have stops set under like 42.90. Unfortunately, it's very wide, but maybe I'll do an open close open or a close open on my my short straddle leg from last night. Are stop limits usually better than stop losses? I just got a bad fill on a stop loss. They can gap over. They can gap over, and if you don't like, especially on zero DTs, if you don't set them wide enough, they're very likely to gap over. So sometimes stop losses are better because you guarantee the sale of the contract, but it's when you sell it that matters. Like if you're using a stop, like a stop loss, you want to do it. You want to do it when, like, the price of your contract is peaking, right? Like here. If you try to use a stop loss on the way down, yeah, you can trigger and then fill here, right? So stop losses if the contract's still moving up and like premium value on the contract is still moving up. Stop limit if it's stagnant or moving down. Well, the first thing you'd be looking for is a return to like 42.80, 42.80, 85, right? This would be your signal that it's turning around, and this would confirm it. Has the collar rolled? I don't know. No. The effect? I mean, it's long term, it's bearish. The JPM collars kind of fundamentally changed the range in which the SPX trades, and when it rolls down, it's very bearish in the long term because it's likely to keep rolling down, and it reinforces the trajectory of the market direction at the time it rolls because it's so large. So like if the market's moving down, right? And the JPM collar rolls, like say it was, here, and the JPM collar rolls to here. Now let's go wider. It puts downward pressure in the range it rolls, right? So over time, you become more and more likely to hit the put side. Very, very, very unlikely that we ever hit the sold put side, right? And then, if the market stabilizes and moves up, the opposite is true. Yeah, like gravity. I'm still put heavy in Tesla. Nice. GME double bottom? Should be. Not quite. Well, it's within range of a double bottom. Although a second much lower bottom would be better if you were expecting a run. Like a second bottom 8 to 10% lower. You're doing a condor for Monday with this high IV. I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe. If we close around 4,300, I might. If we close down here, probably not. Does HE have a shot at 13 today? Is it running up a little bit? Probably not. I would say it would probably even have a hard time getting to 1250 before the end of the day. Hmm. This battle for 4317 on futures is riveting. Is it really? This doesn't look that exciting. This just looks like a bit of bearish consolidation before another move to 4300. Yeah. I don't think ops. I just think that there's very good reason to defend this level. If we lose it, we're going to go down hard. Isn't the last 30 minutes of the day crazy volatile on collar roll days? It can be, yeah. And the collar's still out of the money, so even though it doesn't have a lot of delta, or well, it has barely any delta, the dealer may still be carrying a pretty sizable hedge on it. And if the dealer sheds that hedge into the end of the day, that could be bullish. Of course, they'll probably just re-hedge as soon as the position's in, but you could have like a spike in volatility. Where can I get a VWAP hat? There isn't a merch store. If they have in the money puts that expire Monday, is it worth it to carry them to the weekend? It depends on how deep in the money they are. And if the price starts moving up substantially, put holders will take profits. Volume's kind of low, just de-risking and put buying or actual selling. I think just put, like, there's a little bit of put and call accumulation right now. Volume's kind of low. Feels like there's no good way to play 0DT without just losing all the value to theta decay. I probably wouldn't play a 0DT here. Like, I bought a spread to hedge my already deep in the money debit spreads that I bought earlier. But I'm basically just sacrificing a little probability in case we close in the range that we're most likely to close in. If I was buying more downside here, I'd be getting theta. This is risky, right? Like this is where everyone fucks up and buys the bottom because they don't want to miss out on more downside. What determines the size of the collar dollar-wise? It's always the same. It's always like a fixed number of contracts. I think it's like 39,000 or something like that. 39,500 for the big one. And then the little ones are like 11 and 5,000. That's on 4305. 10, 3 GTE. Bear call for the weekend. You're gonna sell that now when we're $20 from the strike? What if we move up into the end of the day? That seems fucking. That doesn't seem very good. Resurrect these calls, witch doctor. That's the test. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to set up some positions for next week. Ooh, rejected. Interesting. That rejected kind of hard. We get more downside here. Charm's negative again. That's kind of cool. We keep getting dragged back to that. Puts are still so expensive. Yeah, they are. Everything's expensive as fuck right now. Hmm. It's trying to happen. Yeah. They could still try to turn this around at 75, though. Especially as in the money puts, like in the money 0 GT puts take profit, which some did on our bounce here. Although it's looking better and better for a close into this range. It's still not there yet. And the JPM collar pulling back could push shit higher. So you still need to be careful of the upside. Do you still have your Jan Vega positions? Yeah. I took some profits on a few of them when we hit VIX 19. Like I had some that were not so great. And when those went green, I took profits on them. But I have all the rest of them. It was like I think I ended up closing like 20 of the contracts. We're gonna want VIX under 1750 or ideally under 17 by the end of the day, right? $42.75 has been a heavy level all week. Yeah, it's a big one. T announced their dividend. X date 10/10. Div date 11/1. Oh, cool. How's the de-risking going? Let's see. A little bit at the 43.15 and the 43.25. So most of today still de-risking above 4,300. They de-risked some of the 4,300 like sold puts that were 0 DTE today, but the longer dated ones are still very much there, and the collar hasn't fucking rolled yet. I'm missing out on some of the fun price action. You're not missing out on a lot. This is all really risky. I grew my port by 22% this week. Let's party. Nice, dude. VIX is still backwardated in backwardation. No, it's not. Charm negative. I'll just move this to where the charm is. Or where it flips. Meta's at 300. Market's gonna close here. Is this really risky because of how quickly this can be bounced? Yes. About a 0 DTE, $36 TQQQ call. Can that go in the money? Maybe. I really got my stop losses on the last small pump, forced me to buy a call hedge a bit early, but I still have way more puts in the money that I bought when indexes were up this morning. Nice. So your hedge, that's not a bad position to be in. My child psychiatrist diagnosed me with backwardation, but through intense studying and ayahuasca, I've cured myself. Congratulations, popcorn trader. Did the collar roll yet? I don't see the volume on it. Are you sure? I don't think so. Why is there no volume on the strike? Did they just move the sold calls? And they haven't moved the puts yet? It looks like they've moved the calls, but not the puts. 450 put? Why haven't they closed the... They moved the 3550. Wait, hold on. No, no vol. They haven't moved today's puts though. So that they picked up the new collar, but they haven't fully rolled this one. JP, I'm gonna try to push their 4210s in the money before end of day. Why would they? They're worthless. No liquidity. True. And they're still worth something, right? Like 5 cents. 10 cents. You'd think they'd sell what they could. Calls rolled to 4,500. Puts at 40.50. So about 5% out of the money, right? They didn't contract it or anything. I'm going to straddle this weekend. I'm probably going to pick up the call side of my straddle if we break 85 to the upside here. They're not hurting for that few thousand. It's more than a few thousand, and they have a fiduciary duty. They definitely picked up the 40.50s. And they sold, you said they sold the 4,500? All right. Which sold put? $34.10. Interesting. Well, buying my call hedge. Or, well, I'm going to buy the call side of my straddle now. 90? Yeah, I'll do 90. Did the water reach your window yet? No? How bad is it? I haven't been outside today. It doesn't look that bad from my window. What's the next best strategy to straddle if you have limited funds? You can do like an inverse condor. But if you have, I mean, if your funds are that limited, maybe you just don't do anything. You don't have to have exposure to everything, right? If you have limited funds, you should be more choosy with your positioning. Also, what's up, Gaff? City's on lockdown? I don't know. You're 13 floors up, boss. We got a flash flood warning earlier. It's pretty bad. Like, is it bad enough that I should order, like, a raft off Amazon? I have a... I have, like a pool float in my storage thing. It's like an inflatable dinghy. But you sit in it, and it holds a beer or whatever. I think it has an oar. Am I gonna need that? Did you do one of my favorite videos from it? Oh, that's Brooklyn. Oh, Jesus. That's pretty bad. It's okay. I made meatballs like yesterday. So I've like 6 pounds of meatballs to eat. Can you DoorDash a canoe? No. And if you want to be like the rest of us Dominicans up here, some of these fools are playing in it for clout. You don't get a lot of swimming pools in the ghetto. It's a good time. They're all gonna get serious bacterial infections though. I mean, yeah, I wanna go in it. I don't know how bad it is outside. I haven't been downstairs. The raft would get you a lot of cool points on TikTok. Will they get 4,300 by close today? They might try. We'll see. There's still a lot of puts right here. Still a lot of calls at 4,300. I think I think the MM would love for this day to end at 42.95. Would Pigeon Wheel membership cover the cost of you taking me home in your dinghy? So I have to get AIDS from standing in the flooded subway? That's not how AIDS works. Unless you're gonna fuck a hooker in the subway in the floodwaters. AIDS is the least of your worries. I'd be worried more about like staff. Flooding in Queens and Brooklyn. Whatever, those places suck. Brooklyn needed a wash anyway. It'll be alright. I thought it was 40.50. 34.10. $40.50 for the bot. FTR was completely shut down and trains limited to basically Midtown only. Are you stuck? The bridge isn't closed, right? You have to take a fucking bus back to Jersey? What do you think of the Lower East Side? It's alright. Ballsack and handle forming on GME. Dysentery and trench foot. I don't think you're gonna get trench foot right off the bat. But if the sewers are flooded, Jesus, I don't even, you could get a whole slew of fun diseases. He's gonna Mary Poppins off that bridge, bro. Remember what was it back in like '08 or whatever? That guy tried to base jump off of the GW, and the wind blew him back into the substructure of the bridge, and he got stuck. Imagine the amount of used needles floating around. Has anything floating in water ever actively stabbed you? I mean, okay, sure. A flooded New York subway has to be the most disgusting pool of water on the planet. I mean, I just walk at that point. Fuck that. Get a hotel room or something. Yeah, I know the collar rolled. But not all of it. We're still waiting to close these fucking 4210s for some reason. Breaking news, swordfish spotted in Harlem, stabbing people. Does the closing of the 4210p create upward pressure? Each contract has 0.0007 delta. So very little. It would create very little upward pressure. I can't believe you didn't take the day off in reverence of your lady Feinstein. I thought she was already dead, man. Does JPM know something we don't? Usually. The stock market doesn't shut down because the government shuts down. It's not part of the government. I've been weekend Bernie'sing her for 6 months. Steve Irwin got stabbed in the water. You fucking son of a bitch. I'm not getting into the Steve Irwin thing again. What a great day. This was fun. Congratulations, all of you people that don't know how to close your puts the first time around. Yeah, the U.S. government shuts down. Does the EU shut down? Actually, how does the euro dollar exchange work if the Fed's not funded? I think it's mandatory spending, but I'm not sure. You would know. Tell me, Gaff. Rain your fixed income knowledge down on me. It definitely is. Nothing can stop the Fed. That's true. But politicians come out and they say the most outrageously untrue shit about government shutdowns. Like, oh, there's going to be no more Medicare and your social security payments are gone forever. No, Patton Oswalt didn't kill Steve Irwin. Patton Oswalt killed his wife and then married a woman that looked just like her. Oh shit. Look at my call hedge printing. Woo! I told you guys. To be fair to them, the Social Security benefits were going away anyway. They just need an excuse to move it sooner. Patton Oswalt was good at Celebrity Jeopardy, so he gets a pass. She was getting close to finding out he was the serial killer all along. I chased the call trade and I'm up 140%. Get your homies a boat, man. JPM collar strikes 43, 34.10. Short 4,500. Long, yeah, I know. We went over this like 50 times already. Gherk, one day we'll figure out how to thank you truly. Thanks, Spook. I hope so. Oh, 40, 50. Does anybody actually give a shit where the sold calls are? Or the sold puts? No, right? What if they just move the puts up at the end of the day? 4,500 is the sold calls. 4050 is bought puts. Made 30 bucks, gained more experience. Well, soon you'll level up. What are you throwing, a party for us? I haven't decided if you're invited yet. After telling me that green candles were bullish, I'm still infuriated at you. How's the weekend Iron Condor looking? It's looking like it might happen. Am I gonna tell you guys what strikes I'm selling it at? No. Thanks for teaching me about the birds and the bees and how to use a V. You're welcome, Tofflef. Congratulations, man. If government shuts down, can JPOW FDIC backstop banks? Yeah. The government's only gonna shut down till the next congressional paycheck is due. Too many of those fucking Congress people are broke. Not all of them are as good at trading stocks as Nancy Pelosi's husband. That doesn't mean... Does that mean when I lose money, I lose experience? Yeah. How much do I have to lose before I get back to the tutorial levels? Just give me money? That's called a job, Gaff. You already have one of those. With your secret MMDD, do you think that the V's have been the MM instead of the pumpers? Some of them. These V's, yeah. The fuck is this bullshit? Damn, that was a lot of volume. Ah, my poor call hedge that I can't close. Why you do me like this? And 42.92. Okay, that's fine. Sell a strike higher for credit? I don't want to yet. It's only 3 o'clock. We didn't crash. We still have 53 minutes, but it looks like my ham flour is safe. Congratulations, Popcorn. Can JPM still force us down? No. That should be over and done with. Although I don't know how they're going to close any of their 4210s at this point. It's no more glorious pickle theme, not a cold stream than this. Thanks. Thank you, Ryan Cohn. Now let's drop to 4,200 today. No more bulls. It's fall. Bears need to eat for the winter is coming. We've got some time. Congress gets their salary paid regardless of a shutdown? Do they? Hold on. I don't think so. You might be right. Oh, it's paid out by the Treasury. Oh, they changed it in 2018. Oh, no, they didn't change it. They failed to change it in 2018. Interesting. I thought they were affected by that. They really should pass a bill that keeps them from getting paid in the event of a shutdown. Useless fucks. If they didn't, there would never be a shutdown. Yeah. Who would ever vote to not get paid to not do your job? True. I mean, I understand it. This market's so volatile that I got stopped out on 50 DTE QQQ puts on a single candle. Also, 0 DTE is overpriced. Let's fucking go. Uh, do you think that maybe your stop on your 50 DTE put was too tight? Bollinger Bands are lagging indicators. Do politicians have pensions? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, 95 is kind of tricky. Let's see if they try to push VIX back to 17 again. I feel like they've got to at this point, right? They've got enough put capitulation that they should be able to do it. Were you doing SPX trading like this 2 years ago when we were mainly focused on GME? I mean, not as much of it because we didn't have zero DTs back then. Zero DTs, I mean, led to me trading SPX a lot more than now than I did back then. I still traded it every day, but everything was like a swing position, right? Also, well, for a lot of that time, we were in a bull market, so most of it was just buying like 30 DTE calls at the money and waiting and selling like bull put spreads. When do we lose 42.75 for real? Maybe next week. We'll see. OPEX when some of this shit approaches expiration again. If we closed where we closed yesterday, I will laugh. That's probably our most likely closing price. Yeah, the collar rolled. That's where the MM's happiest, right? Right, Popcorn? Trading vol at the disco. You ever, I don't know, I just work here. Can I get you QQQ puts and Tesla puts? Because no matter what happens next week, that piece of shit's gonna tank. Maybe. Those idiots at TDA just granted me margin. Let's fucking go. Now I can scale my poor choices. Oh, Jesus. What does the collar rule mean for continued downside? I mean, it'll shift the, like, the overall MM hedge a little more negatively, but that's really the only effect. We're not close enough to either of the strikes for it to make that big of a difference. The reason it's had such a big effect the last few months is we've been like right on top of it when it rolled, right? Like we're trading at the short calls when it rolled. If we'd kept going down Thursday, then, you know, or Wednesday, then we very well could have been trading where it rolled, and then it would have had a greater effect, but that's not the case. Yield curve doing a squart. The 10, 20, and 30 moved positive on the day. So that's a pretty big improvement. Dollar's back up at like 106.15. Yen's at 149.44. So we're about back to where we were like Thursday at market open. It's almost like the last 48 hours didn't happen. Who would be a big enough counterparty for that collar? I mean, the MM's gonna take the trade because there's so much slippage, right? But Goldman or Citadel could probably handle it. I guess if JPM really had to, they could provide their own liquidity, couldn't they? I mean, it's not that huge. It's like a few billion, but not even. The sold strike is 208 million credit, I think. Let me double check it. It's a little higher than that. 50? $211 million. Have you seen Dumb Money? No. Do you plan on seeing it this weekend? I don't go to movie theaters. Also, apparently they're all underwater. I think it could drive interest back in GME or be used as a reason to short it if it flops opening weekend. Well, let's see if people start buying calls again. It's up to the degens on Wall Street bets because Superstock sure ain't gonna do it. Discord muted? Might have disconnected. No, it's neither. Awesome. Uh, hmm. Where we're at right now, I don't think Charm's having much of an effect. Nah. A little. Probably close at 4290 or 4300. Looks like it could be either one. Underwater movie theaters same like AMC. Most of the movie theaters here are AMC. Started the day down 8K, ended green. Thanks to the chart, dude. Insanely accurate again. You're welcome. Shame we didn't slip 4275. That would have been the icing on the cake. That would have been pretty fucking cool. But I'll take the 100 BPS reversion after the giant bounce. I'm not that greedy. You still think that SEX will bounce Monday because of the government shutdown? I never thought that. I think that's stupid. Assuming that the government shutdown is going to have any significant effect on the market unless it's been shut down for multiple weeks on end is probably silly. Or hear me out, 4275. What, end of day? That seems very unlikely right now. 4275 is currently a big wall of calls. Am I sold 4290C safe? Probably not. Picture this. We closed today 4294.36. Popcorn trader. No, I'm not gonna do it. You can't just leave the door open to shaggy lyrics like that, though. In the future. I'm calling it dumps into close. Whatever. There's not a lot of interest, so on the zero DT side. So it's whatever's accumulating for Monday. And I have no idea what that is. I suppose I could go look. Why do the folks in the options channel on the Discord not listen to you? What do you mean? Is that 10-2? Ooh, 10-2 has a bunch of 4290 puts. But also calls at 305, 310, and 315. Sold? Hmm. If we close sub 4300, I will grace you with a 50-hour reprieve for my question asking. I'm not going back on my word from earlier. I don't remember what you said earlier. Stripper vision charts. We still have 30 minutes here. Actually. I made an agreement with you without you recognizing it when we were up at 43.25. You've done your part. Okay. If the market crashes, they should make another big short movie, but mixed with dumb money. It would be about the pickle cult and how we all shorted the market a year too early, but not wrong. Hold up. 6 months too early. Hopefully. It may still be a year, but what do you mean the people of the options channel don't listen to me? Like they don't hedge or manage their risk? Or are you talking about like they don't watch the stream? Yaga's here. Yaga's in the options. So's Lily. Half of the options channel's here right now. So's AJ. And Renzer. Everyone's here. I I assume you mean why don't they hedge and why is AJ always losing money? AJ is the greatest trader since Gabe Plotkin. They're just finding new and creative ways to lose their money. Leave them alone. I meant the hedge and the stops. Oh. No one ever listens to me about those things. I wouldn't say no one. All right, fine. Most people don't. Also, listening and implementing are very different things. Better question, why are the people in the options channel too good for those of us in the SPX channel? Last night, the SPX channel was talking about Farmville players' mental illness and disgusting house for all like 4 hours. I didn't even want to fucking hang out in there. The SPX channel's just turned into the new 510 gang. There's already been booty loop bets. Don't you dare compare SPX with what used to be. SPX channel is just the GME channel for slightly less pores. No, even then, it's still way better. Have you been to the GME channel lately? It's a silly place. But it's just like a 50-60 day long thread of everybody sarcastically talking about mass. Kenson Lang, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I'm doing a stream named after me? Never. I know where it was. I said the SPX channel. Was thing about to dump or bounce? Here, we'll watch it on here. Jesus fucking Christ. What is your... Cuz, it's awesome. All my charts are going to look like this from now on. I know Diane Feinstein died. See how much less dramatic this is? Aesthetic. I clicked like because of the pretty colors. My October 20 OI is getting low. What level should I start to worry about liquidity? How in the money are you? Greg, I just realized something. Once you start trading, everything is just a hedge. Now I want above 4,300 because I hedged to hedge my hedge. Mind blown. I swear I don't smoke. Yeah, it's just you're always see. I told you guys this before, and everyone was like, Gurk's like, how come you guys didn't make money? It's just because you just have everything open all at once, all the time. That way, you're always making money. You close the things that are up, buy new things that aren't. You get used to it. It's mind-boggling. Do you think Feinstein had puts or calls? I mean, she must have had puts, right? She clearly had a heart attack because of yesterday's pump. Chop on Monday for SPX? I don't know. So trying to get me to tell you where you can sell calls. What happens to your puts when you die? You diamond hand them. No shit, I don't know because JPEG confessed to only having Econ 101 knowledge. Well, he didn't confess to having Econ 101 knowledge, right? He confessed to having a recommended reading list for Economics 101 that was fresh in his mind. What DTE did you do for your strangle? I did 4290 calls. For hold on. 4290 calls for October 6th. 4290 puts for the 13th. But I bought the calls at like 4280. I bought them back here. 4284, I guess. So a little up already, which is kind of cool. I wanted to get in the calls early. I mean, after probate, your options would probably be expired, right? You think SPY's gonna break 420 next week? The daily chart's pretty bearish. It is now, yeah. How did JPOW get his job? Hard work and nepotism. Hmm. VIX moving up into close is very odd. I don't know how I feel about this. Hmm. There's a lot of puts being bought for Monday. I want one of those. Hmm. Let's see if ES bounces off this second test of the 2 sigma. Kind of looks like it could. We got 15 minutes left. Gamma's flat at 295, but there's a put wall at 290. And then there's calls at 4,300. Hmm. Might not be enough time. Should I pick up some 15 minute to expiry options? I want to get some 90s. Holy fuck, those are $4? Oh, because it bounced. Son of a bitch. Fill the gap. No, I said we could close between 42.92 and 4300 2 hours ago. Over 4300 is possible. That'd be really cool. I'd make more money if that happens. So, is it true Toys R Us is coming back? Do you think it's a GME killer? Could be. I'd fucking shop at Toys R Us. Place is awesome. The video game section at Toys R Us holds so many fond memories. The video game section at GameStop just reminds me of getting ripped off as a child. Hot Wheels at Toys R Us was lit. True. Is Big Spoon here? Big Spoon. Can you do the Eminem rap god but with my face? I need that gif. I want to send it to Dork right now and I don't have it. Just, I didn't get the best price on those calls, but I got a good price on those calls. Okay, you don't need to go to like 4310 or some shit. Fucking chill out. Slow your roll. Whoops, slow it down. Todd getting after it. And you gotta get VIX below 17 at close. Otherwise, everything's fucked all weekend. Will my 0DT 270p not prompt? No. I want the day to close at 4305 to 4310. That would be where I make the most money here. That's not, no, go the other way. Stop selling your calls, you fucking bitches. Who would sell their call there? Why would you sell your 4300? Just hold it. You already won. Fucking wieners. Because it was green. All right, fair enough. I just sold my spread there, but I can't close any trades on this account. Sorry, Gerg. I was having Schadenfreude because I didn't get a fill. Get wrecked. I hope it goes to 43.10 now. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything. Kirk, you jinxed it. VIX is too goddamn high. Dude. Popcorn Traders 270 is gonna print. There was a lot of 4,300 calls. At least I got stopped out of most of them. I wish I could close my fucking spreads. Oh, wait, there's still 4 minutes. This market's ridiculous. Do it again. Let's see how many calls are left. Still a lot. There's still a lot of calls at 4,300. There's actually a lot of calls at 4,305 too, but those are for Monday. All right, 4,395 and 4,300 calls coming in. I mean, I don't think the MM wants the fucking giant pile of 4,290 puts staying in the money. Someone wants them in the money. There's a shitload of them. The sell-off was crazy, but it looks like it's gonna reverse on the last candle. Oh, they're not getting the ground they need. End of quarter closed in Baratory? Embarrassing. $15. Ding ding. The day is done. That was fun. That was a fun day. That was fucking crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good one. Got a lot of wild shit into the end of the day there. I can't believe VIX closed at 1770. It's like there's actually bears. All right, so we got ES trading just above the 2 sigma into close today, 43.25. We're still looking for that break of 4,300 for continued downside, but we did break back in below our long-term trend into the end of the day. So the bull run into this morning mostly just led to more capitulation on short puts and de-risking of that short Vega position. um VIX is not in backwardation into close, but it's fairly close, so that tightened up a lot. We saw spreads on the longer end of the chain move up throughout the day, with the 20 and 30 closing green. The 10, 5, and 2 still in the red. Dixie up at the end of the day, 106, almost 20, and the USD JPY at 149. They crushed the shit out of correlation earlier, but it bounced back. So we'll see where that takes us Monday, and if we get a continuation of that flow of volatility into indexes out of equities. End of day positioning here looks like they grabbed a lot of puts. So yeah, we're gonna be looking to see how the positioning stacks up for Monday. Later into this weekend, I'll let you guys know. Volatility spread widened out quite a bit there, but it seems to be snapping right back. USD JPY kind of moving back up. That's that synthetic swap. And yeah, yields turning back around, where people had thought they had gotten rejected. They may move even higher than they've been since 2007. And VIX correlation down today, for the first day in 5. But hopefully that's just a small reversion, and we'll start to pick up more momentum on that again next week. QQQ ended up closing the day slightly green, up 7 basis points, and RSP down 27, with ES down 25. So tech's still holding in there. It's not yet experiencing the same level of sell-offs that we're seeing on the S&P, but that may catch up next week. Also, oil down a little bit today. All right. So I'll see you guys Friday. No, Sunday. Today's Friday. Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time for the members stream. That's the day. Yep. I hope everyone has a good weekend. Congratulations on all of you guys overholding your bags through the giant pump. I'm glad that some of you ended up walking away with some profits despite your resistance to taking them or hedging. So good job doing the things you're not supposed to do and still winning. I'll see you guys on Sunday. Have a good one.